And we are live! Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, happy time zones wherever you might be, even if those time zones are slightly later than usual. But welcome back. I'm Emma, and welcome to the House of Hubris, here on twitch.tv/Saracent. Welcome back to the Zero Escape series, welcome back to Virtue's Last Reward in what may be Virtue's last episode, because if you look, when we click continue, we now have 8 character endings, everybody except Phi. We got Luna's ending, in which we learnt that Luna was a robot and Dio murdered a lot of people. We got Quark's ending, in which we got our hand cut off and learnt nothing. Oh, except we learnt that the old lady is Akane from the first game. But now very old, because clearly time has gone wibbly somewhere. And we got her password, which will be important. We got Sigma's ending, in which we found out he has robot arms. And yeah, most importantly, we've got all the passwords. So now it's just going to be a matter of going and defusing all the bombs. So this is probably the finale. I don't want to make any promises, because we saw how much longer than planned the first game ran. So this stream could be very long, it could be very short. I mean, it won't be very, very long, because there's only enough time and only enough hours in the day for a bit, but anyway, should we just get back on with it? Yes, resume from this save. Now, what I want to do first... no, I don't want to start from the start of the game. Oh, here we go, the slideshow. Car. Fire. Sigma. Rain. Crotch. Facility. Zero. Smash. So, instead of just jumping straight to the bombs, I want to go and get the passwords. So, password 0 that we got in Quark's ending was, on the old woman's ID card, was Jumpy Doll, so I can at least remember that. We've already put in the number 3 password. Yes? Yes. Now I need bomb number 2. So, can I remember where the password for that was? No, of course I can't. There it is, bomb number 2 deactivation code. Threatening Dio. And this time I'm going to take a memo. E, Q, D, D, Y, R, N, T, K. I hate writing with a mouse. Okay, thank you. Now to jump back through time. Now we need the number 1 password, which Zero Senior gave to us from his hologram room, but which nailed it. Hologram 0. One is, what's that? B, Q, Z, RGJ, DXR. Just so we can keep some flow going as I do go and disarm them, rather than having to hop back each time. Okay, to the number 2 bomb. And we can fast forward to the actual bomb. Flashes of time. Mysterious liquid. Threatening Dio. So number 2 was EQD, DYR, and TK. Yeah. Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it. Yeah, guess so. Don't scare me like that, alright? Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first, then it just kind of floated up. Or Maybe it drifted down? Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing. You sure don't sound very amazed. Okay. That just leaves us with the last bomb. It's in the garden. Right, let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things. Let's. Ugh. Make it sound so easy. Well, don't just stand there. Let's go. She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. Oh, this time we have to watch the map transition. Bonk, 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 bink, bink, bink. The bee garden, where we keep the bees. There it is. Not sitting here panting. Finally, last one. Yeah. How many minutes left? Less than 10. It's okay. You can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device? Yeah, there we go. Connected. Okay, go. Want the band? Go. Done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk? You want me to remember another password, right? Exactly. What else would I be talking about? But don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right? That's not really how that's used. Just worried that lightning's not going to strike twice, or thrice in this case, I guess. No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed too. Sure, I guess. I guess so. Sigma, stop agreeing with me. It's worrying. Whatever, just do it. You're the only person who can. What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right? Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway, yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'm counting on you. Password. Remember Sigma. One lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma. You can do this. I'll open the door to your memories. Dead woman. 0. Quark. One of those shots was from the first game. That was a background we've not used in this game. It was like the B deck of the ship. Huh. So this is BQZ RGJ DXR. BQZ RGJ DXR. Yeah. We are a bomb diffusing genius. Yeah! Or was that a full-on CSI Miami? Yeah! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! Calm down. Ah, that feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just gonna melt and dribble out my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. You heard it here. Heaven is the moment just after you defuse 3 terrorist antimatter bombs. So, you know, relatable experience. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel it again. Well about that. Isn't this great? Vi? Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Stop telling people, especially women, to smile. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Wow, Sigma. Stop. Immediately. Everything you're doing. Cease. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in this swimsuit for you just like I promised. Sigma! No. No. Not like this. Ever. I mean, just the swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but stop! You've been listening to me, because if you're not, solid move. I am. Less solid move. Said you wish there was another bomb, right? I mean, I don't really. I hope you're happy. You're gonna get your wish. What? I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them. Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3, but there's also one more. Bomb number 0. There's always a 0 in these games. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse. No way. Looks like you remember it too. Yeah. How much time do we have? Shit, we've only got 4 minutes. Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb. We don't know where it is. Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after... What are you just standing there for? Go! Show me where the bomb is! What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? Does the goose know? You've got to be kidding me. How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh shit, you don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is. Calm down, just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important? Hide something important. Right. Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah! Lots of places, lots of thoughts, from when we saw him do a bunch of murders and also Luna's face fell off. Sigma, wait! Wait, where did we see Dio hide something before? In that route. Can't think. Where are you going? Don't follow me. Go find the others. Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that? I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. What? Room transition. Oh, we didn't have to watch the elevator this time, at least. Really deciding to sell the urgency at the last game. Is it in his ambidex room? Oh, it might be. There you go, you get one bit of me sitting here panting just because I forgot my principles for a second. Here? Yeah, should be between these AB rooms. Ah, where he hid the knife. Good, I was right. How much time do we have left? About a minute. Shit! Hurry! Hurry as fast as I can! The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Flashbacks of all the timelines. And I'm gonna bet this is Jumpy Doll on account of Akane's card said pass Jumpy Doll, and it's the only password we haven't used on anything yet. Oh. Oh dear. In that case, we don't have it. It was actually fairly anticlimactic. Climactic. Climatic would mean to do with the weather. Guys, there wasn't any time for anything. No time to say goodbye to Phi or try to shield her from the blast for all the good it would have done. Did we get the Bomb Zero password anywhere? When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Every moment felt like an eternity. On account of all the dead I was. I didn't think we'd have seen it. Yeah, so that's another... No, right, you don't press that button and now I have to watch the opening slideshow again. Ugh. Car. Fire. Sigma. Rain. Crotch. Facility. Zero. Smash. Oh, not gonna miss never seeing that again. Time to start scouring these end branches to see if we ever did get the Bomb Zero password. Because it will at least be flagged when you've got keys. Like, it'll say it in the text box. Like that. Ah, Bomb number 0 deactivation code. Oh, right, we found it outside with Dio. That's right. He starts going all religious on us. Phi threatens to murder him with a rock. Password for the number 0 bomb. Right. Yes, because this is Phi making the jump, because this is where Sigma's all like, what the hell? Bombs? What? And she's just here to find the password for the number 0 bomb. Dio being a dick, as he does. Oh, yes. So it's L, X, A, Q. Is that Q? Yeah, N, S, G, D, Q. No, wrong button. LXA, QNS, GDQ. LXA, Q, N, S, G, D, Q. Look, my handwriting's bad enough when I'm using a pen, let alone a mouse. Don't judge me. And then back to the Zero Bomb. Shazam. So presumably the Jumpy Doll password is for something else. And fast forward. L X A Q N S G D Q. Yeah, we are geniuses. We are collectively at least one genius. It stopped. Yeah. Fire and I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone. How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history? It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too. Pretty good guess. I mean, he could have just guessed as many times as he wanted and just kept time traveling back. That's the beauty of time travel. Nothing ever has to actually matter. Well, you did it. So, thanks. Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just what? About that swimsuit you promised. Oh my god. Cease. Stop. Immediately. What? What on earth are you talking about? She didn't promise, she didn't mention it in this timeline, so it doesn't count. Or she did, and you just suck. Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close. Oh yeah, we've still got another escape room to do. This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us on the floor B warehouse. What about the swimsuit? Stop! What the hell are you going on about? Just go. Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. Good. I sighed and headed off after her. Seriously, can we stop doing the hilarious anime pervert jokes? It's just like, it's not funny. It's not interesting. It just sucks in most directions. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over toward them. Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe. So, did you disable the bombs? Yeah, I could have done it in my sheep. Don't you mean in your sleep? Oh my, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good job, you guys. Have a biscuit between you. Ah, no need to thank me. Nope. Moving on. Yes, Fi, it is disgusting. 1 minute remains until chromatic doors close. We need to hurry. Everybody know who's in that group? Yeah, I'm set. Alright, then let's move. At Temyaji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Temyaji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door. 10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing. Let's have an animation of that, and then we get scanned, and then the other one opens. Does not look like a room you could fit 3 people in, especially if one of those people was wearing plate armor, but you know. Now we go to the final room, which is this one conspicuously off in a corner. It's the queue. We found the queue. Good, I'm British. We love a queue. What? Congrats, we found the void. What the hell? There's nothing here. Well, there are doors. When we came in, and that one, which I'm assuming is the exit. Yep, figures. When have any of these doors opened when you just pulled out them, Sigma? My budge. The plaque on the door just said Q. Oh my god, we're coming out through the number Q door again. Ah, call back to the first game. Hello, Sai, and yes, Void. We have found the Void. Q. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Really? Now someone's just being a smartass. Huh? Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question. Well, I guess it is a very questionable room. If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would stand for Queen. That's a quality guess right there. Alright, well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open. We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the 8B game some more. Yeah. Still need a few more points. If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the 8B game as many times as we need to. So, it's just a matter of time until we get the points we need. Assuming people have finally learned how to work together. Right. Well, let's get started then. Good. Okay. For the final time this game, let's seek a way out. Seek a way out. Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait. Do you hear something? Oh, it's a holodeck. Naturally. Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go have a look. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Boop. Boop. Everything is zeros. Everything is zeros. Seriously, everything is zeros. I have not yet found anything that isn't zeros. Oh, there's a 3 there. Right-clicking just takes you out of the whole thing. Good. What, are we playing Minesweeper? Oh no, that's not fine. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Look at it again. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only the winning panels, are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. What, is it just telling you this? How are you coming by this information? Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels, the border each panel. It is Minesweeper. Why does that flag as a 3? Okay, so it includes if it itself. So the number is orthogonal borders and the square itself. That's atypical. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Well, yeah. Oh, Jesus God. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, the wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left of that would be the west wall. That would mean a hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall. A hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall, and a hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. What? Note 2. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that even if there are winning panels on the board with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Okay. Note 3. There are a total of 8 puzzles. Okay. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. What? How do we highlight? How do we highlight things, game? So what, do we have to apply these to the walls themselves? Yes. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it a lot. Okay, and the hints. So what it was saying with the ones on the south side apply to the north wall and all that. So the square you're looking at, the side of the cube you're looking at, is the one that refers to the wall that you're looking at. So they're kind of cross-mirrored. Okay, so I need to take a note. No, I know how to. Okay. Oh god, I'll need to actually make a memo of this. Oh, Christ alive! It's an 8x8 grid. Or is that 8x7? No, it's 7x7. Oh, I thought that looked wrong. Okay, so numbers on this refer to, like I said, it's the square itself and all adjacent squares. And why have I made the bottom cells too tiny to write in? That was a tactical error. So if there's a 0, we know that something isn't it, and also there are no ones orthogonally bordering it. So, like, that center cross is all zeros. That is good. Because that means the center cross itself is all x's, but then also anything orthogonally bordering it is x's. That cross also all x's. God, this could take a while to do manually. Doing this without the memo function would be actual hell. Next up, try that x. All zeros. And then all zeros adjacent to that. And we have nothing about that one in the top middle, which is also a 0. Bottom right. Same. And anything orthogonally adjacent. This center one on the right. 0. So then you've got this triangle on the bottom left, which is where everything must be. Okay, that's a 1, and we know that it itself isn't 1 and doesn't have anything else adjacent to it, so that is a yes. Same approach here. That's all zeros, which is actually excellent, because that blocks out all of these. In the corner, it says 2, and we know that that's not 1, so both of these must be. That's 3. It's only got 2 adjacent to it at the minute. That's a 1, which is interesting. Wait, if that's a 1, then that means that's not it. That's a 0, which means that's not it. That's a 3, so there must be another one there. So it's just those 4 in the bottom left. Is this even a 7x7 grid? This isn't even a 7x7 grid. This is 7x5. What's going on? Okay, but apparently only only the bottom 5 rows matter? Well, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. Something just slid out from the wall. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and return to normal view. Okay, I will. It's got some kind of weird patterns on it. Yeah, we saw them before in the security office. Nothing happens if I touch them, though. Maybe something's missing. Like what? An excellent question. And can I get through this gap? No. Okay, guess I'm doing this wall next. Well, I hope this section wasn't relevant and I won't have to activate anything in it. Okay, time to erase all these marks. In fact, I can clear the whole thing. I'll just use the grid that's already on the screen. Okay, so. No. Keep consistent colouring, please, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Okay, so that's a 0, which at least means those are out. That's some zeros. So there's some in that bottom right, which is slightly problematic because there's a wall in the way now. There are zeros. Okay, how far do what are the closest zeros we can get? Both of those are zeros. Which means there's nothing adjacent to them either. I said that one, right? Yeah. And that's a 0 as well. Okay, could be a lot worse. That's a 0. That's actually great, because then that, and that, and that all go away. And then these are both 2, so it is just those 2. Okay, that's got 2, and we know the one next to it isn't 1, so it must be these 2. That's a 1, and it's already got 1 adjacent to it, so it can't be that. So it's these. 3 in the bottom right, 2 in the bottom left. Handily, it was the one where the wall wasn't in the way. So yeah, this is just a build your own escape room via Minesweeper, which is certainly a take. Okay, side number 3, clear this. Center cross are all zeros. Best place to start. And I'm assuming the top rows will be nothing because we literally can't get to them in the main view. Yep. In fact, why am I bothering with crosses? Just slash them. I've color-coded it anyway. Well, at this point, clearly it's become a habit. And that one, yep. No. Okay, those are all zeros, which means anything orthogonally adjacent to them is also not it. Both of these are 1s, but that's a 0, and if that's a 0, that can't be it, so that's your 1. These are both 0s, so again, anything orthogonal. No, not that one. Anything orthogonally adjacent to the 2 of them. That one, also a 0. So we're just left with these 4. Which 3 are a thing. That's a 1, so that must be 1. Likewise, that's a 1, so that must be 1. That's a 0, so that can't be 1. Okay, so it is that one. 3 up on the right, and then that little L shape on the left. Well, there's the safe and also a hologram Roomba. Wow, we are just getting... And these just repeats of all the old puzzles. We've got darts over there. So we can all have Rec Room flashbacks. And time for this wall. Okay, center cross isn't purely zeros, which is a shame. But both of these upper crosses are... That looks out this entire row. And also anything above that, but then we knew that because we can't get to them. Also those, and anything orthogonally adjacent to them. So that's 3 rows handily cleared. Oh, there's a bunch on this wall. Okay, those 2 are zeros. These are zeros. That's a 0, and if that's a 1, then that must be a thing. Oh, this is where we start to get complicated. Right, if that's a 1, then that has to be good. And since that's already good and that's only a 1, then the one next to it is a no. But then that one is also a 1, so that has to be good. And actually, wait, a 4 on the side there, there's only one configuration. That just means it and everything around it have to be active. And likewise, that's actually the same because it's flanked by all those reds, so that's good. That means that 3, 1, 2, 3 is already full, so the one next to it is not. That is a 3, which is already full, so that's not active. This is a 2, and all the other sides of it are blocked, so it's that one, and that's a 4 against the side, so it's there. That 3 is full, but we've already found all the corners for it. And then this corner, that's a 3 in a corner, so it's just turn all of them on. So it is 3 by 2 there, 2 by 3, and 1 there. So that makes it these 6. Where we get, oh, the dice are back. And then that next one above them. And there, that's all 8 of the puzzles hidden in the walls are out. Yes, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's probably 8. I don't know exactly how they'll be divided up. Anyway, should we get to start solving some of these puzzles that we've just built for ourselves? I think we should. So we want this to be a red V. Oh, here we found a file. That's the binder behind the glass. Oh, it's behind the glass. That's not great. And a memory card behind the glass. Not every day you see a... I'm not even sure what to call this. A cabinet? Not every day you see a cabinet like this. Looks like each of these cubbies has something in it. The one on the left looks like a binder. The one on the right, it looks like you've got a red memory card. We can't get to them there. They've got glass doors. Punch through them. I mean, yeah. Alright, here goes. Don't! This is reinforced glass. The only thing you're going to break is your hand. Oh, you can tell reinforced glass by looking at it. You'd be good on Squid Game. Can I do anything with this? Ah, yes. We only have 5 moves. I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Yes, they're repeating a lot of them, that's the point. Ah, well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. So I'm assuming we want everything to be red, because that's what it is on the wall. Okay, I think I'm on the right track here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, so that way you can do it in 7. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming we need to get them all red in any case. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just doing the same moves in a different order there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's... Oh, I hate these games and I'm so bad at them. Oh, the corner adjacent triangles don't trigger each other. I've only just noticed that. Okay, that's annoying, but good to know. 1, 2. Yes, hence why that works. 3, 4. No. I can get them all green. Oh my god, I hate these puzzles. Why do games always have them? All of my hate. Such reckless hate. Genuinely, I despise these puzzles. And I mean, I'm assuming I would need to get everything red. Ugh, this is tough. Yeah, because, like, that's the pattern we're starting with, and I assume we want to get them all red because everything's red there. I hate that puzzle. Let's go over here and play some darts instead. What are the rules we're working with now? Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over here! I think that's a green memory card. Can't get it out there, that glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. Cool. We have darts. Now, do we know what the relationship has to be here? That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza or you throw darts at it. You got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. But one of them needs to be green, one of them needs to be blue, one of them needs to be red. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. Yes! Other timelines, we know. Whatever. Time for some darts! Okay, we haven't got the annoying mathematical relationships between the three, and this board before was singles, doubles, triples going in. You want 100. So if we kick off with the triple 14, it's 52. It's 42, I can't count. Excellent, good start. And then for our blue... what's the highest we can get on blue? Double 14, it's 20. And then there's nowhere that can get us a 30. Excellent start. And that's weird, because that's the highest we can get on both of those colours. Right? That's 24, that's 18, that's 24. Why are there 3 8s? The fact that we can get 103 is actually kind of... Yes, because if we start that off with a triple 13 instead of a triple 19, we're good. Triple 14 even. Now we need 33, which is triple 11. Bing! I am a darts genius. Ha! Piece of cake. See that? My dart skills are undeniable. Calm down. Yeah, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know? Okay, okay. Well, that's great and all, but look. See this display case? Yeah. So? Great. Now I can get that green memory card. Gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. Sound like you're in a heist movie? Should I have worn a cat suit? Yes. I just throw up a little. No, shut up, Sigma. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. What is a cat suit, if not a particularly sweet suit? Here we have a Hollow Roomba. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. That doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is... damn it. Can't remember. Screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know! I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. Okay. Okay, here we have the darts puzzle and for a blue memory card. Roll the 6 dice to move them to where they need to go. So the direction of each side of die must match a specific pattern. Click a die, click and drag vertical, horizontal. Okay, let's give it a shot. Where does it need to be? Are we expected to recreate the answers from the previous game? From the previous thing? No, it wasn't that one. Isn't that one? Isn't that one? Well, given that it's not in our archive, no. I can't figure it out. That's because you don't have any information yet. But these books seem to be about dice. Looks like 4 purple books. You're not wrong. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. The other book's the same! Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Eyes, why must you betray me just when I have reading to do? Huh? Something wrong? Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. You found a picture of a blue dye, a picture of a green dye, and a picture of a red dye. You can review them by visiting the archive. That sounds relevant. Cool, you couldn't have just composited them into one image. That would have been far too easy. Well, at least we've got some solid puzzles to end this game on. Okay, we can't move the view. Does the picture match the view we've got? Has it been rotated at all? Christ on a bike. Because I'm going to assume that it's the same kind of angle. So we need a 1. Is it there? No, not one down. We need it to be a 1, and we need the 2 facing this way. Like that, but another step down. That's right, except the 2 is the wrong way. Is that right? No. Okay, so clearly the 1 is capable of rotating, it's just over-rotated that time. That's the orientation we need it in, we just need it 1 space to the, let's say, north. If I'm saying north is this way. Maybe it's the wrong die? Because the initial position presumably matters. Yep, cool, that was all we needed to do. And then, 2 north and 1 west. We need it to be a 5 on top with a 1 to the east. Needs to turn around entirely. Because that, again, that's the orientation it needs to be in. It just wants to be 1 to the northeast. Like that. Yep, that is where the blue dice need to be. The green dice, okay. So we want one of them to be a 2 with a 1 to the east. And that's 3 3 south and 4 east of the northwest corner. So these need to get out of the way, is my point. So that wants to... That's the position, right? Yes, and it wants to be a 2 on top and a 1 to the east. I'm choosing to believe this has a 2. Okay, it wants to be there, just... wants to be like that, just 1 space to the east. I never feel like I really have a handle on the reason on... Okay, so that one's rotating clockwise. I never feel like I have an actual handle on the movement of these. I'm just noodling until something happens. And then when it does, I'm never quite sure why. Now it wants rotating anti-clockwise, right? Yeah. No, still needs rotating. Maybe I need to do it with the other one. I mean, initial position shouldn't matter that much, because with enough maneuvering, you can always get it in the right orientation. You can model this by the fact that you can always just take some dice and turn them into whatever you like. But this is astonishingly frustrating. Aha! That's the orientation we wanted. Like I say, literally my entire methodology on these is noodle, move things around in little circles. If they don't work, move them around in larger circles. Repeat. Okay, that wants to be 1 east, 2 south, have a 6 on top with a 4 to the east. 1 east, 2 south. Okay, so it wants to be there. 6 on top, 4 to the east. Like that, but turn 180. Like that. Okay, the red dice. So that wants to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 east and 2 north of the southern wall. 3 on top, 6 to the east. 5 and 3, I said, right? Yeah, so it'll be in the slot between them, which is slightly annoying. 3 on top, 6 to the east. So, like that, but not. Because I can't do my usual move things around in circles, because the circles are all blocked. So that's the orientation we wanted. Ah, almost. I'm going to try it with the other one, just in case. Yeah, okay, that just works immediately. And, yeah, it looks like the other one will be in the other gap. 4 on top, 1 to the east. Yeah. But it said 4 on top, 1 to the east. That wasn't the way it said. Whatever, you know, I'll take it. Ha! Got it. I had a feeling you could do it. Wow, I didn't. Good job. Have a look at this. It opened. Blue memory card. Get. Here's where we put our memory cards. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. Looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones on the polling machines in the AB rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right? Yeah, like the one... Oh. Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now. Yeah, I know. Blue card, huh? Let's see if anything happens when I put it in the blue slot. No. And the green one in the green slot. Also no. Presumably I need the third one as well. Which will be from this goddamn puzzle. There's nothing else we can do right now. So. Slightly concerning that I can still go to activating panels on the walls and I still have the cube. But. Yeah, this must be looking for everything to be red. Because it's right next to that window where everything's red. Seriously, I feel like I might be insufficiently stressing my deep, visceral hatred of this puzzle. You know what? Honestly, I've been here in this stream for an hour and a quarter already. I could spend a lot more time staring at this and trying different solutions and nothing working, or I could look it up. And frankly, I'm going to do the second thing. Because I don't want to sit here and waste your time and mine on a puzzle that I hate, is not interesting to watch, is not interesting to play. Okay. Right. Yeah, see, I was not going to get that for a very, very long time. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. Things open. Glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. Have a biscuit. The biscuit is an SD card. Grab us an SD card. And also this file. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. God, they in this facility they use so many like full-size folders for one piece of paper, and it seems wasteful. It says Q Chambers Special AB Game. Oh God. Found instructions for the Q Chambers AB game. You can review it by visiting the archive. Why did I say archive? So many questions. AB Game Q Edition. Hints for the AB Game Q Edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally. 3 people will definitely choose Betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay, so this is presumably our big puzzle that we will have our 2 safe codes from. And we put the memory card in here. They're all in. Would you look at that? Looks like you turned it on. Us, A, and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. Oh god, I accidentally double-clicked. We're playing the AB game. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose to vote for the Us pair, either Ally or Betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target VP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Okay, I'm assuming the assignments... If I go back out and back in, will it tell me the rules? Please say it'll tell me the rules. Yes. So, first move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left-handed pair. Move C, D, and E over solo. You can move them by... Alright, that was all it was saying then. So, we need everybody to get to 9 for one answer, and we need only us to get above 9 for the other, and we have 3 people that always Ally, 3 people always Betray, 1 is a mysterious mirror man. So, time to take some notes. Okay, so if we do the dick move first, as is traditional. God, I wish it had shown that for longer. Wait, what did the thing say again? Q edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally, 3 people will definitely choose Betray, 1 is a mysterious mirror man. That's 7 people. And then there's us. Right. And the pairs are pairs. Brain. So the mirror man is definitely a solo, because otherwise it would make no sense. And I didn't catch all the results quickly enough. I went A, B, C, D, E. So, C also betrayed. We betrayed, C betrayed, A betrayed, E betrayed. Which makes 4 betrayers, which means C or E is the mirror. So if we slot them all the same again, and this time go Ally, C is the mirror. Clear this. Wait, no. Red's better. Okay, so C's the mirror, so everybody else will always vote the same way. So the results go too quickly. A betrays, B allies. Yes, I know. I'm gathering information. And then D and E. D allies, E betrays. But then that doesn't add up, does it? That's 1, 2... Yeah, each... Yeah, there's a pair and a solo for ally and a pair and a solo for betray. Okay, we need to get everybody to 9. Let's work from the standpoint that we started with. Who are the betrayers? A and E betray. That makes sense in my head, because then you get to A and E. So... Right, I know how to get the first set. Let's just... I can't just hit retry, so let's... just keep going. Because the first answer it gave us was strive for 9 with 6 collaborators. So that just means we need to put everybody who cooperates on the same side, and then the betrayers can go and just dick each other over forever. We keep voting ally, and these 6 people will get up to 9. This is what we call the actually performing collective action. Okay, so that's the green answer. The blue answer is going to be tougher. Ah, got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey look, the screen changed colour. So would this be... Could this be? Should this be? It's the same password. Okay, so now we need to go to the thing where we are the only people to get 9. So basically we want to be speed betraying. And A... they can go against each other and they can go... No. They want to go against each other because then we will betray D. B will betray E. And C and A will both betray. E will betray B, other way around. Okay, but we need to make sure... We need to swap those around so that E doesn't get too many points. So we want A against E this time, and B against C. They'll both ally, but that's fine. And then in this round it doesn't matter what we do as long as we don't get betrayed. An A will betray, B will ally. It doesn't matter if I pair B with C. A with... yeah. There. Just do that again. Yeah! I can Prisoner's Dilemma like a pro. Oh god, now for the final gold file. Nice one. Looks like that was the answer. Oh, there are different symbols now? Yes, that's how these work. Okay, so we found the safe passwords. Let's go get our last secret file, shall we? Yes, it's the same safe. We know. We do the password. Do the final safe. Moon, sun, star. What the hell are we going to find in here? It could be literally anything. Could spoil the entire end of the game the way it's going. But we'll find out. Good job, you opened it. Well done. Let's read the gold file. Number 16 and final. There you go, all of them filled in. Oh, this is something. Minkowski space. A way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the 3 dimensions of space. It was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. That's not a bad pun. Lagomorphs. The scientific name for the order to which rabbits belong, and Zero the Third's actual name. Tenmyouji and Alice. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Tenmyouji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice Nine, not because he'd heard about it from Clover. Oh my god, is the thing I called like 10 episodes ago going to be the big twist here that Tenmyouji is actually future Junpei? Tenmyouji and Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Tenmyouji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then So what had Tenmyouji said to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice and picked betray. The AB Project. A can stand for after and before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB Project. Oh, we in Endgame now. Mystery of Phi. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. What, are we not going to get actual resolution on what Phi's deal is? Because that will make me sad. And deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish, there's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hit. +1. Good luck. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the Secret Archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. I did, as well as being very angry at the game at many points. Oh god, I didn't keep the memo with all the passwords on. Excuse me while I look up for passwords. Because, I mean, it's not like this is a spoiler, I've already found them. And then I assume we just add one, just shift all of the letters on one. So, Bomb 0 was LXA QNS GDQ, which is MYB ROTHER, my brother. Bomb 1 BQZ RGJ DXR is CRA, presuming we're looping, SHKEYS, Crash Keys. EQD DYRNTK FREEZ SOUL, Free Z Soul. Oh, come on, guys. And Bomb 3 LXQLHCNMR is MYRMIDONS, Myrmidons. Yeah, no, my Codebreaker brain should really have been thinking about that, and it's just a simple Caesar shift, so, you know, not that hard to notice. But at the same time, I was busy on other things. And that's the Secret Archives. Well, we learned very little there, and none of it was deeply bizarre. I'll be honest. Let's put the actual code in, shall we? Stop stuttering, game. You can deal with it. Sun, star, star. And thus we opened the final safe. Hey, it's got more Excalibur. Yes! It's open! Okay then. Let's see what's in here. First off, 2 star key cards. We can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Excalibur! The Radical 6 cure. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quarkus is going to be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Yes, I know it's the key that's in the safe. I didn't mean to click it. Let's get moving. So when is the Holo Roomba going to turn on? And when is that screen going to be relevant? You know what? I don't care. Peace! Door's locked. It says lock, because it's locked. Let's put the key in to unlock the lock and make it go from lock to open. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Stop that. Okay, that was quite good. Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. For the final time, faithful Hubrisketeers, we found it. Huh. It opened. We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then. Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something? What? Holo Roomba. You know what, actually, before the Holo Roomba turns on, I think would be an excellent time, now that we have completed the final escape room, for me to take a short break. I need to go and stretch my legs and hydrate and all of those good things, and also run some ads, which is a less good thing, but a sad necessity of capitalism. And yeah. And if you're watching, I would recommend you also do those things. Go and, maybe not the ads thing, but go and hydrate, stretch your legs, take tablets if you need to, and I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Love you, and see you in a few once I found the button on my Stream Deck. Bye. And we're back. Hello again, everyone. Let's get into the dramatic denouement, shall we? I honestly no clue where we're going with this, so let's just get on board and ride it. Specifically, let's get on board this Holo Roomba and ride it. Came from over there. Sounds like something turning on. See, I told you. Ah, this is a one-headed lion eating the sun. Is this the 9th lion? The screen wasn't on before. You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door. It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and password. Yeah, but what? That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento mori. Remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. There have been lots of lions eating lots of suns. And yes, this does appear to be the 9th. I didn't notice that one. Oh, of course. This was the real 9th lion. But if that was the case... Memento mori. Remember death. Memento mori. Remember death. Memento mori. Remember death. So many flashes from all the timelines. What happens if we just nope out of this? I honestly want to know, like, do we get a bad end? Because, like, I know what the ID and password are. Damn, I couldn't figure it out. What was the ID I needed? What was the password? At least I'm pretty sure I know what they are. Did I know them? Had I seen them before in another history? Perhaps it had something to do with that card. Yeah, I know. If I had found an ID card on the old woman's body, and if I recall correctly, it had said something about a password. Okay, it's just going to give you the answer. What the password was, though, I couldn't recall. If the card was the key, though, then I'd need to put in the woman's name for the ID. Yes, I know! Remember, Sigma, you need to remember. What was the old woman's name? What was written on the back of the card? we just get a TBC there. Yeah. I suppose we could technically have got this far without having got the card. Ah, this is the final thing, that, at least as far as the flowchart is currently updated. Put in the ID and password. Jump. Fast forward. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Flashing images warning. Ow. Apologies for that. Wow. That was excessive, game. You could tone that down. I know I'm fast forwarding, but you could have a thing to tone down the flashing if somebody's fast forwarding, because that was like, that even messed with my head a bit. Anyway, let's just put in the correct ID and password, which is Kurashiki, because the old woman is June, and Jumpy Doll, because the old woman is June. Yeah! And thus we win. Sigma, look. Hollow Roomba activate! Yo? Kane! Her name is Kane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a very long time. He walked towards her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out. She's a hologram. Temiyaji squeezed his eyes shut. Kane. He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak. I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Well, yeah, we know how recorded media works. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. What's with this camera angle again? Let's just look at the top corner of the roof, of the ceiling, and especially with these patterns, it's weird because suddenly you start perceiving the geometry as going the other way, and am I within the cube or without? Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero, and what does he have to do with the Kane Kurashiki? I imagine there's one question that rises above all the others. I honestly don't know what question that's going to be, because there are so many of them. Why were we brought here? Honestly, at the minute I could kind of care less. The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. It's a very important corner. That's where the real answer to all the puzzles is, yeah. Is the real answer that simultaneous sense of interiority and exteriority, where we are both in the room and looking into the room from outside, and thus modelling the experience of the player? No? Okay. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Well, I imagine the answer will be a lot more simple if you stopped restating how simple they were before each one and just said it. Allow me to explain, please. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi. Hence why we're the only ones who have bloody Greek letter designations. What do you mean the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realised no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Temyaji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram. Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. Ah, yet another meaning of Q. There's so many. That makes this the quantum room. Took me a moment to realise she changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration. Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? Oh, what? So, wait, is this the box that the cat is in? This room? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you referred to as Zero Junior, as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. The mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Cartesian dualism, did somebody call? Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. I mean, we touched on this in the first game and then immediately veered off into another tangent, so okay. Let's see where they're going with this. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc. to transmit information. Who the hell says etc. in the middle of a sentence? Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes it is. Is this true? Yes. If we look at things from another, higher dimension, however, if you talk about termites, I swear to God, we may all be connected after all. Like the branches of a tree, or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root systems in 3 dimensions instead of 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd, higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I'm sure I can think of lots of things that are a hypothetical possibility that I'm going to need more actual information here. I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Based on what? Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief, although I guess we do already know about quantum superpowers from the first game. Morphogenetic field theory. Temyaji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. Don't worry, Sigma, that happens a lot. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again. Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski's space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that. A line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another and you've formed a four-dimensional object which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that fourth dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. Lots of words start with A and B, it turns out. Oh, and we have, like, the credits theme here. It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago. You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. Excuse me, I think that's a called it. I mean, yes, they were telegraphing it, but still, I'm going to take the credit. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember. Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane. Suddenly it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taunt, I think you mean taut, with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him. Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. Except Luna will have already killed me by that point. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. What are you, Columbo? Cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi, you will decide its fate. Well, if we're talking four-dimensionally here, we can all say that by now, the cat is dead. Because Schrödinger proposed that, like, in game time, over a century ago. By now, the cat is dead. There you go. Solved it using space-time. Goodbye. Wait. Akane, wait. Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything's going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer. Wait! Akane! And then she was gone, and my view switched back to the other side of the room for some reason. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Phi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. What girl? The girl with the power. What power? The power of seeing through time through quantum shenanigans. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. Well, yeah, you literally brought them medicine. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Axelavir that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and did her robot doctor thing. Injected Alice and Quark. Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much. Don't sweat it. No need to thank us. Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? Didn't take me long to find him. Oh, okay. Inject Jeopardy immediately taken away. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink because turnabout, it turns out, is fair play. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters.
That's not a reassuring place to have found the handcuffs. What have those handcuffs seen if they were in the bedrooms? Just saying.
Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there.
What, you thought, they've defused this bomb, we'd better go poke it?
Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I recognised that emotion was going on and decided immediately to disengage with it. I glanced over at Fi to see she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the Flore warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Fi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Fi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote. No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now. I'll be honest, Fi. Couldn't tell you because I don't remember what happened in what timeline and who voted what when, so... What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round, Fi.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now.
I mean, it's defensive play.
You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
Well, what does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times. And here's the maths, just in case you don't believe us. Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma? Yeah, I trust you. Also, there's no point having choice points here, because we're already in the big denouement. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
And have unnecessary images of every step of that sequence. An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier. But then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Huh. Okay. Let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when... Hold on. I just remembered something. What? The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she... Oh, yeah. You're right. Kane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time? Oh, is she not dead in this timeline? Maybe because she was murdered. But how? When did history change? Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi, you will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing. Exactly. I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate. Perhaps she was trying to say, she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. Huh? The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now. What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body. No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. I think you may be conflating Schrodinger's cat and horror movie villains. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
Next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Is it in this top corner of the room that we keep seeing? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? What if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? Let's flash through some timelines. And have an epiphany. What? A new what? A new destination has been added to the flowchart. What, do we have to go back into the past to talk to Akane? I mean, I'm kind of down for that. This is a good way of adding extra flowchart. Yeah. Wow, we can jump back to before the start. 3 more sections. Oh god, there's more. AB room. Past. Jumping our consciousness to a place where we weren't conscious? Yes, I wish to jump. I'm intrigued. Ow. Ow, 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 ow! Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. That's because you've just injected your consciousness into your past self while you were asleep. Wait. Where the hell am I? You're in the AB room, it says it on the HUD. It's like an elevator, but... no. This is one of the AB rooms. Yeah! Who the hell are you? What the hell's an AB room? Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all. Memory? Memory. Oh yeah, memories. This is what these are. I'll have some back. Oh hey, memories. I remember! You're Phi! She grinned. When is this? Check your bracelet. It's a red pair. BP is 3. Mine's the same. Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room. No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time. How do you know? Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet. 2 hours. 15 minutes. We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened this time. Last time. I think we're about an hour early. Wait a minute. If you're right... Yeah. Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think. Then... Right, we're here for one reason. So this is why they let Dio in, to kind of create the drama that would let us jump back like this, because it's all about, what was it? Pressure and epiphany? Crisis and epiphany. To stop her from getting killed. Exactly. Well, let's move. We need to get out of here fast. Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go. We have to solve the puzzle again? We've done this puzzle. Oh my god. Okay. I wonder. Just checking. Is there going to be an extra secret file here? No, it's still just 16. Good. Wait. I already know the passwords. What happens if we put in the... You need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Once password has been found, it will never change. Going back to the past or changing timelines won't alter it. What happens if we put in the secret file password? Does that sound? Will we get the same secret file? We will get nothing at all. Okay, I opened it. No, that's the wrong password. We need the other one to get the key. Alright. Stop and move. Completed. Skip to the end. Stay winning. Grab the key. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. Alright, let's put the key in here. For God's sake, just do it already. No need to yell. It's bad for my levels. Alright. Good. Looks like that worked. Punch the button. Ready, Fi? What do you think? I know. I know. I don't need to ask every time, right? And why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Yeah, I can get behind that. Hey, you pushed the button. Bite me, we're taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Ugh. Hey, we found it. By which I mean we opened our memory book in which it was already written down. Fine, I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Can I? Behind it was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit. There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. Fi's got super jumping powers, we know that. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. And missile drop-kicked Dio in the back of the head, so he's probably dead. What? He's fine. Just unconscious. How do you know? How do you mediate the force on that missile dropkick to the back of the head? Onto concrete. I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing. I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him. I went down like a sack of potatoes. He had it coming. I mean, yeah. I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up. So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right? Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd... I've been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me. What? Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too? Yes, indeed I am. I'm able to jump through time just like you. Then what the hell were you thinking? If you know he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it? Because I had to. You what? Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly. Time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. Well, yeah. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. What? You pull back on the rubber band, and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. Okay, this analogy that you were proposing to make things easier to explain is making things make even less sense. It's telling us nothing whatsoever. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6. Just cause. What? We're infected with Radical 6? Yes! Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline. Did she? Are you sure? Oh yeah. Infecting all these people with such a horrible disease. Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies 4-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That's why we made you play the AB game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps. I get it. I think I finally understand. We're back in that bit where it's like, yes, we're getting explanations. I do not care for these explanations. Can we get new ones? Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right? Yes! Why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fi, so have you. Yep, lots of death going around. Ooh, dramatic music. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jump through time? Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project. I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this? I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. No, he won't. He's an idiot. What? Just when is eventually? In a future not very far from now. Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor. Oh god, the old woman's got a knife! I'm going to keep this with me. Never know when you're gonna have to shank a bitch. Don't change the subject. But it's almost time. To shank a bitch? What are you talking about? You've got plenty of time. No. In a few moments you'll return to the original timeline. What? What? This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph. Yes. Lagomorph. You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelets. Compliance. Is that a Flight of the Navigator reference? Because if it is, I'm here for it all day. Compliance. Now everything is in place. I've put the bracelets onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right. That's the one Quark's in, right? Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state. Why do you need to do that? To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. I mean, I constantly have that feeling where my consciousness is about to leave my body, and a lot of the time, it's because the Zero Escape games have tried to explain anything. Your body will be emptied and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad. So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our second or third time. You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you. She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. Is it the knife? It's a key. It was a small key attached to a string. I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it, alright, Sigma? What does it say on there? Tu fui ego eris. Which again, is very loosely what they translate it as. Also, feet on Twitch, I guess. It's Latin. It means what you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Again, loosely. Yes! What am I supposed to do with it? It will help you meet someone who's very important. What? Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side watching over you. Now hurry. Wait, I still... And then we flash through time. Lots of scenes of death. Luna's face falling off. Everybody was dead in that one. And we hit to be continued again. And a new destination has been added. I kind of dig this as an ending. I like game endings where everything falls apart. It's very much my speed. Oh, hey. And then we woke up in the infirmary. Oh, looks like you're awake. Wait, is this the opening of Skyrim? Is this the infirmary? Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you. I looked over at Fi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now? You mean what happened a long time ago? Yeah. You got it pretty good, huh? Heh. Yeah, I remember alright. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Whip fan. Also, the fact that his model loaded before the whip fan, so we whipped our gaze round, but he was with us all the way. Quark. What am I? Chopped liver? Alice. Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh? Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us. No problem, all in a day's work. Although I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action. You're saying this to a child? Really grabbing straws here, aren't you? Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. Weren't you? That was an offer for Alice. I mean, you say that. She's practically in a swimsuit to begin with. You can already see, like, 70% of her boobs. If not more. Not really my point. Whatever, forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we've got to do is open the number 9 door. Huh? What are you talking about? Look at your bracelet! It says 10. I have 10 BP. I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out. But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We played the AB game 3 times.
3 times. Yes. Of course, the colour and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose ally. And here's the maths again. And now, all of us have enough to leave. Do love Alice's nails. Also, Fire's still got some very strong nail game. As has, that would presumably be Clover, that last one? I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? I love that. Just how did these people cooperate? Every time I've seen them, they've just been backstabbing each other to death. Maybe you're the problem, Sigma. Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we've been less suspicious of one another. Could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fire and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which I had to admit would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. Yeah, but that was the plan. He was let in as part of the plan. They've been over this. This must have been what Akane was talking about. Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project. Come on, let's go. Let's open the door and get out of here. Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Wow! I guess there's supplies to live in this bunker for many years. That was the whole thing. Did you at least take a sweet jacket? Alice was the only holdout. She'd complain about wanting to take him back to her superiors. But after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied. Alright, let's get going. Did we need that transition, like, at all? Any of that transition? You couldn't just say, and then we went to the warehouse just to keep up the pacing of the ending? Ugh. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it. Yes, just get on with it. Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down, and its action was really floppy and gross. What? Hate it. Hate it. But hey, it's the last time we're pulling it. The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds. Alright everybody, let's move. I'd forgotten Kei's doing Liama. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the centre of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open. 2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. And this time you don't have your arm stuck in it. Don't know how Alice expects her superiors to be able to get in here when they come here to investigate, but sure, whatever. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the non-re game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked. We're not getting the escape is not possible? Okay, sure. I'll do it anyway. Escape is not possible. And I could do that because it's chosen to give us this incredibly slow scene transition again. Taking an elevator in the game shouldn't have to feel like actually taking a slow elevator in real life. But realism, no. Everything takes so long to get anywhere from anywhere, and it is really bugging me. Ugh.
Looks like we did it.
Yes. We should keep moving. Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left we found a very familiar looking door. Pushed it open and went in. Pressure exchange chamber. You know what this place is? Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. See all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs. What? Whoa, hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus? Yeah, but we're all infected, so you know. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless. Why? How did all this happen? Did they? No. That's not possible.
We've come this far, we can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
Alright. How is Kay planning to get in a suit? No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. Seriously, how did Kay put a pressure suit on? Is there one that's designed to be worn over plate armor? As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. I double-clicked, sorry. We stood there for a few minutes and allowed it to finish, I think it said. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. And here we are. Everybody gets out. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments we just stood there, astonished. Where the hell are we? The desert, I guess? I figured that out. I meant which one? I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse. So... remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was going to be on December 31st, 2028. So... wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted? I think time's gone even more wibbly than that. I think so. Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them, more stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. The most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger in fact than I remembered it being. Then as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that? The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually. The moon's shadow? Frowned. It didn't make any sense. Zero told me to stay quiet. Oh god, here it comes.
I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me, he'd kill Quark too.
Oh my god, it's just the snake angle again.
And I agreed like an idiot and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's... Earth?
Yep. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse, it's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon covering the sun.
What? No. No way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we? The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. You know that talk we had about the feeling of your consciousness leaving your body in response to Zero Escape doing anything? I think we're there. No way. No, you've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon. Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this? She picked up a rock and dropped it. See? That looked perfectly normal. Yes, it looked that way. Luna? You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but... Excuse me, what? Please, just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Accelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while. What symptoms? Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. So everything that has been happening during the entire game has been at reduced speed, and we didn't notice it because the gravity was also reduced by the same factor. I swear to Christ, Zero Escape. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. It means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. No, don't, please. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. That's very specific. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters, and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So, Now we've established that on the moon things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us. Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Well, does that sound stupid, Clover? Because it is. Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird. It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that. It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. And once again, everything is tied together into one neat little solution that I hate. Wait, this is crazy. There can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today's January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
No. That's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me. But it's the truth.
How can you be so sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
I don't know, these games do a pretty damn good job of trying. But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story.
Well, start perhaps. I have to finish my stream.
About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that.
Well, maybe you should have started then.
The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon the bodies start to pile up.
Remember these shots from the opening? Oh, I never thought... Yeah, those are just... It's crucifixes. Just, like, it's a graveyard on fire. These are from the opening slideshow that we've seen so many times.
Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. For some, it was poison or fire or asphyxiation or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most form of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation.
This is the plot of The Happening.
Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses covered in flies, and rats, and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple of meetings. There's only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer they decided was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good.
This is a terrible plan. That sounds like they were already infected.
On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 Annihilation reactors. Now, the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened.
Then why did you... Anyway.
I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected.
Yeah, I said that.
And when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate, if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money that all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan. Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. Blotted out the sun for several years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air is dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. There's no reason for a lot of the things that have happened, but hey, here we are. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. The first time we saw this shot, I riffed that this was a moon base. Turns out I shouldn't riff on these games because whatever I say turns out to be exactly correct. It was 2074, but why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Fire's approach. Hey Sigma, I think I figured something out. A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah, what is it? I figured out why there's an extra E. God, what's it gonna anagram to? An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti? Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram just like on floor A. Yeah, I know, I've said that forever. What's Anna say this time? God damn it, Sigma. Knock it off. Memento Mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get Man on the moon rules the infinite time. Let's see. Oh no, I believe that. I just don't think that's necessarily relevant. You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in 9th. Man on the moon rules the infinite time. That's not as clear a message as you think it is, Fi. Huh. I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose. To transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
So, what are you getting at? My god, you're slow. I mean, she's not wrong. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back. And that's why you've been kept in presumably some kind of suspended animation for 40 odd years, is because, you know, they need somebody who had a body back in the before times that they can go back and inhabit. Cool. So most of the people have been explained. Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're going to send us back 45 years? Yeah, bet on it. So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about. I think so. That doesn't make sense then. I mean, we came from that same time period before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back? Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit. Do you know where she is? I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
Oh, the grave! The one in the garden! That clearly has a keyhole in it! Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go. We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind. What? But the doors won't open! Not sitting here panting.
What? What are you doing?
Yeah, cool, he is still in plate armor within that pressure suit.
Did you forget something?
We're gonna go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
Do you really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Because she brought him up.
Now, if you please.
I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too, then. So am I. Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah. You know her real well.
So what, were Clover and Alice both in suspension for 45 years? Oh, seriously, time is so dodgy in this. Wait. You're not. You're serious. What the hell is going on? Oh, shut up! Just shut up. Come if you want to, we don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. I can afford to run long, but only like half an hour, so please say this is going to be wrapped up within that time. Oh, what, we can just open the number 9 door now? I thought the point was that all the doors were locked forever.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B?
Yeah, I thought we might be able to take the lift to it, and it looks like I was right. Oh my god.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah, the grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah, don't worry, I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Yeah, anyway, let's move. To the garden. 1 more scene transition. to the bee garden, where we keep the bees. And the B stands for bad explanations. Ah, the calming sound of the bee garden. Is a Akane really under here? I think so. What should we do? Are we going to dig her out? No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here, show feet onto it, pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. And another cryopod. What's this? It doesn't look like a coffin. Yeah. It's a treatment pod. You can tell because it says treatment pod. Oh my god. It is, isn't it? The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it. Let's see what's inside. She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod. No good. I think it's locked. What? Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage. Oh, right, cold sleep. What? And these pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells. So, Miss Akane's like an ice cube? I think so? Then we've got to wait till she melts. Yeah. So, how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Oh my god, how long is this going to take? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kinda makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they?
I mean, are they going to matter to the plot? Because if no, no.
In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes, its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late? What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this. But that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That's why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary.
Yes, we know.
By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We know! We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories.
We've been told this!
The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that the moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension.
Wow, that's tenuous.
That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait. Oh, hold on just a minute here. Keep talking about Sigma and Phi. What about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
It's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain.
Yes, just do it quickly.
Very well. I will try and do so in a way you understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago in December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods for 45 years?
Yes. In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You're an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history. You were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind.
What, we just needed you for one bit of maths? Did you not have a computer that could do that? In 2050, 2074? You have a quantum computer? That could have solved the prime factors. Getting computers to solve prime factorizations is kind of a thing.
Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were able to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 3 one. Finally, we used that information to stop the detonation in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You were able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? You kept saying you couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
No, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke and we passed out. When I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working towards. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though.
Sure, I guess.
May I proceed?
I'm not going to get finished on time, am I? No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2. Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however.
Good.
I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time.
Excellent.
Would that be alright with you, Luna?
Yes. That's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma. In another timeline.
Yeah, well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is. Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Can you answer the other question first? Yeah, let's do it. Oh god. If I had a penny for every time people were like, but first, in this game. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost hiding the contents. Okay, let's get started then. Ready? Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, any time. Alright. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. She's doing the thing now. We have infected her with our own brain plague. And that brain plague is called taking too long to do everything. What? I did call that we were both clones of Zero Senior, didn't I? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I've seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with Tubacurarin, and that was the end of that. But, wait. The person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse. Who was wearing Kay's armor? Whip Pan.
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side watching over you.
No, oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
I swear to Christ. We are just fully in twist for twist's sake. It's you. June, I mean, Akane from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. How are you, Junpei?
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. Felt like all the air had been knocked out of me and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there. When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
I like how we get the animation on that sweet missile dropkick again.
Once you'd saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kei's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kei's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat.
Not everything is like Schrodinger's cat. You can't just keep pointing at things and saying, that's like Schrodinger's cat.
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts. Alright, what about the other history, the one where you weren't saved? What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Whitpan. Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Sopril can cause memory loss, and I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
What's going on? Me either. Total stranger. Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here. Same face. Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something? Huh? What? Didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past, or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future, from 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond! I ran to it and threw myself down on my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Oh, and by the way, you know when I said we'd broken all of Nox's commandments except one, the detective must not be the murderer? I think the detective might be the mastermind. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths, and then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. Would you look at that? What? No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Klim.
That's a stupid name. I'm sorry, but it is.
Although to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor!
You will be.
A PhD student. We said it all along.
Pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you're going to create him.
Create.
His name is Kyle Klim.
Also a stupid name.
Your clone. That's why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. I suppose for you that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. Kept his muscles and bones strong.
Also a stupid plan.
He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day all his life.
Why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though.
I know, it said in the secret file.
The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes.
I don't remember that at all.
Of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You're in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out.
Convenient.
Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That's today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up? Yes, because your perception of time is skewed.
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body. But that's the same day as the reactor explosions. Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. This time you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A. December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? Get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth it's a single straight path. With one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. We can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028.
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And if for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point. So that we might save humankind from destruction, and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Ah, and I'm out of time. Oh my god, this... How long? I tell you what, I'm going to do a quick wrap-up now, but when I make the VOD, I will cut this together, because I'm going to have to do a bonus stream, like, tomorrow or something to finish the wrap-up, because Jesus! Okay, so... Cool. And we are once again live. Hello everybody, good afternoon, good evening, happy time zones wherever you might be. Welcome back to the House of Hubris here on twitch.tv/Saracent. Welcome back to the Zero Escape series, and welcome to the grand bonus finale of Virtue's Last Reward, which has been, let me tell you, a thing. I'm going to click continue just so I can talk for a bit without us getting interrupted by the cinematics. So, yeah, we're doing this in an evening because I have no earthly clue how long it's going to be, and I mean, if you're watching this on YouTube, hello, this is all part of the same video, so you'll probably not care what I'm talking about, but hey, I don't know, suck it up, YouTube. Yeah, cool, start this off weirdly confrontational. So yeah, I just thought, instead of leaving it to Tuesday and do an episode that I don't know how long it'll be, I'd just finish it off tonight. I am here, it is late, I am chilling, I have quite nice non-alcoholic gin and tonic. Let's do this thing. And yes, hi Abby, concentrate on the road, but also good to have you. So yeah, last time, if I can sum up what happened, it'll be a small miracle. So we disarmed all the bombs, because we found all the passwords to do that. And then we found the last escape room, which was the Q room, which is clearly just a callback to the first game, but they're like, oh no, it means quantum. And like, sure, whatever. In which we mostly did remixes of earlier puzzles, which is totally fine as an ending for your puzzle game. That's fairly traditional. We read the last secret file, which told us all of nothing. And then we started getting the conclusion, and just twists upon twists upon twists. So, what did we learn? We're on the moon. We all escaped and found out that we are on a moon base, which I kind of thought was coming. The year is not 2048, the year is the year is not 2028, which is what they told us it was. It is 2074. And this whole, and we also skipped back and forward a bit to talk to Akane before she got killed, and basically determined that this whole thing, the whole quote-unquote AB project, has been a thing to train Sigma and Phi to travel through time while retaining their memories, so that they can go back to the year 2028, because the solar eclipse on New Year's Eve 2028 was when Radical 6 was first released during the test for the Mars mission in the Nevada facility, as has been alluded to before. So they need to send us back to there. For that reason, we need to have bodies from then, which is where we had the big twist that Sigma is not as youthful and delightful as Kay looks, because he is in fact the old guy who is Zero Senior. His full name is Dr. Sigma Klim, and this whole thing was his plan. And he is 46 years older than he thought he was, because he's been swapping consciousnesses with his younger self. And we got a whole diagram that allegedly explained everything and really just made everything far more confusing. What else? K is our clone, Kyle Klim, which is a dreadful name and somebody needs to be ashamed. And except when he's not, because sometimes Kyle Klim is the one in the armor, and sometimes he's in a cold sleep pod in the gardens, and Akane's in the armor instead. And in all the timelines where we didn't find Akane's corpse, that's because she was the one inside Kay's armor, because, hey, we've been talking about Schrodinger's cat for the entire game, so let's actually apply it in plot ways here. What else? Temyoji and Quark are indeed from a post-pandemic future. They have just come up here in normal time, in 2074, which is when they lived. Civilization on Earth is in a bad way, hence root beer being the most valuable commodity. Meanwhile, Clover and Alice were put in cold sleep in 2028 as well. Hence why Clover doesn't look much older than she did in the first game, which retroactively was set in 2025, although I feel like they set a different date during the thing. But anyway. Oh, Jesus, what else? Luna's a robot, we knew that. So yes, there's a whole complicated thing where we're having to bounce old Sigma and young Sigma's consciousness between the old Sigma and young Sigma bodies, and that switch is going to happen again at some point, and that'll send us all the way back, and we have to branch the timeline off from the timeline in which we set everything up to avert everything in Nevada and stop the pandemic happening in the first place. And I think I'm making it sound more cogent than it was, because it wasn't. Oh, that's the other thing. We didn't know we were on the moon because we all have Radical 6, which slows your brain down by a factor of root 6, which is coincidentally the perfect amount to counterbalance the moon having 0.6... having 1/6 of the gravity So, like, everybody's perception of time has been all wrong, so things have seemed like they fell at normal rates because we were viewing them in sped up time. So everybody's got Radical 6, and that was important so that we would have enough brain time potential energy to send our consciousnesses through time. And everybody's saying, it's like a slingshot, and it's like, that explains nothing. If Old Sigma is a doctor, then have we finally answered what is your PhD in? No. No, he's a doctor. Haven't said what in. I mean, I would assume... No, who am I kidding? I wouldn't assume. I make no assumptions at this point in the game. And I think that's everything. And we still know all of nothing about Phi. Oh, and Tenmyoji is old Junpei, but I mean, I called that a long time since. Okay. Well, that sure is 10 minutes into the stream, and I've just about done a recap. Amazing. Let's indeed do this. Yes, there's a cold sleep pod buried in the grave in the garden, which is where whoever wasn't being K was. No, sorry, specifically where Kyle was when he wasn't being K. And it was important for us to have a clone so that we would still have a body to switch. If something went wrong, we'd still have a body in the future to switch consciousnesses between the young Sigma and old Sigma. And now I'm asking Akane to tell me one thing, and I can't tell you what that one thing might be on account of I can't scroll back, because that's not how it works through save files in this game. Right. Tell me one thing.
What is that?
Yes, here's the diagram. Doesn't help, does it? And I'm sure some statistics professor somewhere is just having a fit about these scales. The fact that the gap of 2 days and the gap of 45 years are exactly the same size. Yes, sure, they're labelled, but Jesus God. Oh, and the moon base is called Rhizome 9 because we're kind of pulling back to the kind of roots and termites thing that we had mentioned before. Okay. There'll probably more, and when it comes up it will. And also no sufficient explanation has been brought up for Murder Goose. You said the point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. Yeah, so if you look, it's very simple. The line of Sigma's consciousness goes and then hopefully branches, as opposed to going I mean, when I put it like that, it makes perfect sense. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029. Yes, April 13th, 2029 is after the eclipse. But it's where Sigma's consciousness has to go in order to then spend 45 years setting all of this up.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon.
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the 4th dimension.
Well, that makes it all make perfect sense. Thanks, Akane.
Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? Crisis.
Yes, and we're back to the important things for quantum time superpowers are Crisis and Epiphany. They haven't said whether that crisis is in the form of an ever-threatening goose, but we have to assume.
A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out?
What?
I mean this.
Old woman's got a knife! What have you got there? A knife! No! Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Sorry, something's really funny about this. Fight! I screamed and leapt towards them. Because we've learned that the most powerful force for creating a crisis and sending you through time is heterosexuality. Akane was already in motion. I said that weirdly. Already in motion. The knife... Wow, I already can't talk. This is going to be such a good stream. The knife diving toward Fire's chest. I was almost there. Look, it's old Sigma, still wearing this shirt, which is an event all its own. Oh, that badge says staff. I thought it said star. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realise that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui, ego eris. Oh, now we're getting the credits music. What you are, I was. Literally, I was you, he will be me. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. But, yeah, then the cases... Saying it like that, the cases are a bit screwy, but... What? Are you kidding me? What? Please say there's more stuff post-credits. If there's not more stuff post-credits, I am going to flip this desk and that will break my fish tank and throw this gin everywhere. It's especially annoying because I couldn't have... I was running against a time limit yesterday, so I couldn't have fit just this extra little bit in. But what, are we just leaving that with an implicit ending of... I needed to do all this. So I did. Seriously, if there's not more... I will be mad. Okay, that sudden drop in the music was not something I was remotely expecting, so kudos there, I guess. Now we're in an early aughts sci-fi adventure film. Enjoy this soundtrack by discount Japanese propeller heads. Nobody has also yet provided a satisfactory explanation for why you would make a robot a Cockney. And yes, that's why 5 seemed like she had super strength and magic jumping powers, was just because we were operating on reduced gravity. There he is, Kyle Klim. There's Fi about to miss out a dropkick Dio in the head, which was frankly badass. There's the Greystone. There's Zero Senior, aka old Dr. Sigma Klim. There's young Akane. There's Zero, whose appearance has not yet been explained in this game. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Thank Christ for that. But anyway, that's Phi's ending. And once again, like Quark's ending, you know when a character ending is meant to be like you found out a bunch about what their deal is? No! No, you didn't. But that's 9 character endings. But hey, apparently there's more. Now we can go back to long before it all started. And it's just like, you thought this was the end of the flowchart? Well, you were right, except we say end. That's just because there's more stuff at the start. Headquarters, April 13th, 2029. And then I'll hit the wrong mouse button and lose some of that gravitas. Yes, I wish to jump. I wish for closure. Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So, excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now, but I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. No, thank you. For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click, it disappeared too. Like that. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. Oh, hey, here's Zero! Except, is it actually Zero? Is it something we would meaningfully call Zero? Or is it, in fact, I mean, those robes are very familiar. Those are the robes Snake had on when we found him in the coffin in the first game. You! Ah, it is Zero on account of it being a Kane. A Kane? Oh god, what voice did I have for her in the first one? It looks like the first step was successful. What the fuck? You killed me! Killed? Oh, I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now. But still! Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife, you're fine. I'm okay. Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way. Me and Phi? Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right? We go to the moon. Correct. We'll be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be travelling to Rhizome 9 along with 3 treatment pods. Alice and Clover, right? Yes. What about the third one? Who's in there? Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. This is going to make me cry. There isn't a jump from point A to point D. One jump from D goes to B and the other one goes to C. The way from point A to D is just waiting. What? Okay, presumably she's following a different jump map to us, so why are they showing us this one? In other words, she was following the same path you are, except for the bit I just described. And she still is. Then that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body. Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years. Sleeping in ice. Truly, we were the frozen mummy all along. Then, when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A. Right? Correct. Ha. So that's why she didn't look old. I mean, you didn't know what her baseline form looked like. She could have not looked old on account of not being old. Ah, delicious gin. Really keeping me going through this. And trying not to eat hibiscus petals. So, why don't you just stick me in one of those pods? We can't do that. What? Why not? You haven't figured it out. No, he's an idiot. You know this. He needs 45 years to become not an idiot. You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Those both sound like things that would take longer than 45 years to master. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You'll defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028. I cannot express my hate. And then you'll go back into this slideshow. And then I change history. Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out? You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them. What about you? Aren't you an Esper too? I mean, it seems like a ton of people are. I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help. Can't do anything on my own because the only actions Akane takes are off-screen. As soon as she's on-screen, she is just designated woman. I mean, you set up the first Nonary game all on your own, so get good, I guess. So, what do I need to do? What do you mean? Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then? You'll both enter the Mars mission test site. And after that... I don't know. Great, 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 great. Very cool. What? I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know I was there in the first place. Ugh, crap. Then we're screwed. That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult. And I'm sure you'll find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle. Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous? The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. Can't give you details because I don't know. How do you know the things you did know? Well, the version of you who'd already been through that told me. Well, why didn't he tell you these other bits? Preserve the time loop, I know, but hey. But the whole thing about this is not preserving the time loop. They're trying to break the time loop, but hey. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed. What did I say? That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake and lost your arms and your right eye. My arms and my right eye? I'm sorry, that reveal was hilarious. Oh my god, those are the sparkliest metal arms anybody has ever possessed. So shiny. And we finally, albeit a little blurry, get a full shot of Sigma's shirt. Because things we couldn't see from the angle before were, I don't know what this is on the sleeve, but we also have a Death's Head moth, a grenade, what could be a double helix thing or could be Extinction Rebellion, although given that this game came out in 2012, I doubt the latter. I really hope they sell this shirt, and I really should not be allowed to buy it. Anyway. What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. What was that? Go have a look. That'll be the Antimatter Annihilation Apocalypse thing. Or AAA, as we're calling it. As I'm calling it from now. I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky, because just in case you forgot, this game was made in Japan. It's an easy target, but my god, once you start noticing nuke analogies in Japanese media, they're everywhere. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No. No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. End or beginning? They didn't even put a... You think he'd put a question mark there, but it's just end or beginning. Is there more? Because that's also a super unsatisfying end. Nope. So I'm guessing that's what the third game is going to be. Is everything in the Nevada test facility? Or maybe it won't. This game has given me a headache. I've been playing it for 6 weeks. Oh, and there you go. They're calling that Akane's ending. Or beginning. No new material on the flowchart. Okay, they didn't tell us a new destination had opened up on the flowchart, but it did. Infirmary, another time. Okay, why didn't you tell me this existed, game? Cool, we've jumped to another time. The time of another. Surprise, we're back on the moon base. Where? And now we are question mark. I see you've finally woken up, Kyle. Ah, now we are Kyle. Kyle the Clone Clem. Clone is spelt with a K, a la Mortal Kombat, just so you know. Kyle? Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing. I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. Oh, and that's why the mirror has been dirty for the entire game, was just because we had to maintain the suspense and the surprise of you being an old man. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. It's me, Kyle Clem. We haven't actually done a version of the art with a clean mirror, but you'll have to take our word for it. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to Kyle Clem. So I'm Dr. Clem Zero Senior's clone. What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia? An excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Clem was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently he had worn it all his life. Oh yeah, that was the other twist. Apparently the armor, there's a very good reason for that, which was that he grew up on the moon, so he had to wear it to account for reduced gravity, so that his bone development would be better. Sorry, did I say it was a good explanation? It's one of those things. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him. But even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Clem? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Clem in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. Get wrecked. I turned back round to Luna. What day is today? If she says why it's Christmas, I'll be here for her, I won't lie. January 27th, 2074. No, Dickens never would have got away with that. That's far too wordier line. And then today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And then she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep? About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours. So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6? No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect. Oh, I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. Should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right? Yes. Why am I here? The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden. So, the person you call the Doctor is Sigma Klim, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness. Yes, but how do you know that? Dio seems to have remained unconscious. Get wrecked. Yes. I've been administering Sopril whenever he gets restless. Wow, that sounds like a bad idea. We just kept him constantly anaesthetized. What could possibly go wrong? Oh look, he died. What about the others? They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance. Oh, right, Mr. Klim.
So, the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are? This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber.
I know. Oh, wait, no, that's not me. That's me saying it. This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber, the real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out. You plan to return, then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klim now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way.
I mean, fair.
Hell, nature doesn't work that way.
Well, apparently.
You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not going to change. In fact, it's because of what he did or didn't do in the past, we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example.
Oh god. I swear, every time anybody gives us an example in this game, it just makes things worse.
Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway.
Oh, I can already feel this getting more complicated.
Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road, but about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. The semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers.
Wow, your examples are dark.
90 of them die.
Alright.
The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they've gone 10,000 miles. Then, suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time.
See, you're not giving an analogy here. What you're doing is just describing what happened, but adding more complicated aspects. Do you see how this is actually making it worse? Because it is.
He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination happy and healthy.
Did they still reach their destination if their destination was northwest? It's all well and good saying we'll take the other fork, but if that doesn't actually get where you're going. But hey, I'm trying to apply logic to your analogy, apologies.
And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. What about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S and mine went back in time, right?
Ah, right. Okay, 9 people then.
Really? That is what you're going to accept as the sticking point in this analogy?
What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child.
I take it back. Every other analogy in this game has been perfect and succinct.
Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting the history mean?
I feel like you are answering a different question to what we're asking. Given that even your example then says, but what would happen then? When you're trying to explain what would happen then, saying, but what would happen then, is not helpful. And I've run out of gin.
The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something?
Sure, yes. Still not the question we were asking.
Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to?
Really?
Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy?
Yes. Next question.
Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots?
What? Now you're answering several questions nobody asked.
Being human is about fighting even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness even in a world that hates it.
Oh. Yes, you will note how this continues to have no bearing on the question we asked, which was, why didn't history get rewritten?
He's saying that's worthless?
No, we wouldn't. This was not a discussion we were having.
If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can. Look, I'm just not going to accept that. All right.
I don't care what you accept. We're just trying to illustrate what actually happens. I don't care. Look, I didn't care what you thought all the way through the first game, and I'm not going to start caring what you think now. Ahem.
You get it?
No! If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet. Future Junpei might not meet his future stolen child. 6 billion people might not die. Is he right?
No, it's not gonna happen. We're here, right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just gonna disappear or something.
As you could tell from my wonderfully crafted analogy that explains exactly why that wouldn't happen. Oh, then that means we get to stay together. Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh. Seriously, why couldn't they have just said, instead of changing history, you will be creating another branch of history, which different histories can exist side by side, as evidenced by the fact that you've spent the entire game training to understand different histories existing side by side. There, I just explained it in a few sentences. We didn't have 90 people dying, a 10,000-mile journey, somebody having a kid at a gas station. None of those things were in my metaphor. On account of my metaphor was more of an actual explanation. Have you already said goodbye to the others? Phi, Luna, Alice and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday and then came here. They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
Yeah, you have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma? Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore. Oh, of course. He's Dr. Clem now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know.
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Karashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
And then we teleport, because we can teleport between places now. In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. Oh yes, and the entire reason we brought Alice was because she could do that one bit of maths. Despite the fact that this moonbase contains a quantum computer! And we had to bring Clover because... I think it's because she's also an Esper from the first experiment, so we could resonate off her, which is a thing that apparently happens. That part's easy to understand. Yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's not that it's hard to understand, it's just bad. I mean, wanting quick scene transitions this whole time, but the only one with that ability is Kyle. Oh my god, it all makes sense now. But it kind of sucks, though. You're not wrong. Hey, here's that helpful diagram again. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. No, they don't. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen. But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point. You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles. Why? Why did you transmit that story any further? It'd be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. And then whoever grabbed us takes us to where the bikers are going. 10,000 miles to the northwest. This is not helping anything. Don't get us wrong, we knew why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection. Forget the intersection, forget the 10,000 mile freeway, forget the bikers. If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died. Are we supposed to just go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago. Even if it is for the greater good. It just doesn't seem fair, does it? Yeah, it's a little bit much. So we went and talked to the old lady. She told us there is one way. One way we could get back to the past. Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least. Yes, you're right. But this is different. Different how? How so? How different? From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too. Then what was the point of this entire project? Flames on the sides of my face. That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How would you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time? But that wouldn't happen. Akane says there's a way around that. How on earth does she plan to do that? Schrodinger's cat. No. No. No, that is not an explanation. No. Now that we're in the postgame, we've decided the rules don't work that way, because Handwave. Yay! My God, alive. Yes, I'm aware there's a whole third game waiting for me. I paid for that one separate from these, because it wasn't in the same bundle. Because it's newer. Because it came out like 2 years ago. Anyway, here's Phi. Oh, hey Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually. Where? Oh no, that's me. Where's Dr. Clem? Luna said you were with him. He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh right, he told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it? Sure. Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. So why have you recorded as a holographic message to tell us that you don't have anything to tell us? We searched this whole place. Where was the bedroom? Excellent question. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. Correct. Number 1, this game. Number 2, everything else.
I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately my circumstances make that an impossibility.
Ah!
I hope you can forgive me.
No. No, we can't.
Everything I know, Fi should also know.
Okay.
I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
I hate everything in the world.
I have all the answers for your questions, and I will give them to everybody but you. Mahaha.
Oh, and that was the end of the message. What? What does he mean other than Kyle? Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask? Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Fi? I'm not Superman, that's for sure. That's not an answer. And I'm not Batman, or Spider-Man, or Aquaman, or Merman, or Wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin, or Karman, or Raman. I'm not a Cayman either, so you don't really need to worry about anything. My rage. So much rage. Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that day, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. God, this is making me want to watch Dark again, because that does this, but better. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. Radical 6 did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent it back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything? No, everything you talked about you got right. What do you mean by that? I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it. And I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Yeah, being generous there. Could you please explain? It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. My god, this is another one of those explanations that makes everything worse. I can feel it, it's coming, oh god. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems. I don't quite understand. Again, quite as generous. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions. So, was that what you wanted to ask about? No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you? Yes. What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with a simulated mission to space? I mean, the answer to that is probably just it was more cost-effective than building 2 facilities. We will have one super-secret science place that we will do everything in. I've met government scientists. Sorry, but I can't tell you that. Why? Because it would change history. Why? There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand? I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know? You're about to go back to the past, right? The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that. Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past? Sigma's past? Teleport! What's going on? What if we just teleported to the garden and continue this conversation with somebody else?
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Clem. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you are Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely? Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness? He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others. The Kyle was Dr. Klim's spare. But that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve, 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him.
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. One thing? Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body didn't exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he's entered my body? Phrasing? Who knows? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
Then where's old Sigma? That's ridiculous. What's gonna happen to me? Are you telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what you...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are.
Say it, protagonist.
Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way
Yes, there is.
Well, tell me.
You have to. Don't you want to know the truth?
Increasingly? No. No, every time you explain something it gets worse, so maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just good having headcanon and abandoning the concept of truth. But hey, let's do it anyway.
Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
I mean, give me, 7 years and I'll find out myself. Well, yeah, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality?
Difference of scale on a fairly massive scale. Just like the number of degrees of magnitude between observation causes quantum effects to go weird and human thought can shape reality. There's a lot of steps.
Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
Yeah, God, that was very much, how are you going to do this? Won't be easy.
Remember what I told you? Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Alternative, semicolon, end. What's that semicolon doing? Why is there a space before it? After everything this game has done, this should not be offending me nearly this much. But it is. Maybe it's just because I've spent too many hours lately copy editing and I'm very sensitive about punctuation. Punctuation means things. Why is this semicolon here? Why is there a space before it? Spike Chunsoft, I am asking you directly. Why? Also, why everything else, but why this? Have you put more things on the storyline on the flowchart without telling me? Oh, there's the older Kane ending. Can we actually travel back in time to fix things? No. Presumably they're just saying, that's what'll happen in the third game. And this is just going to take us back to the start of the... One last time. Car. Fire. Sigma. Rain. Crotch. Facility. 0. Smash. I'm going back out to the main menu, see if it tells me anything else. If I've unlocked post-game. Nope. No. No, we just get to continue from... It doesn't even say game clear or anything. It just ends. Want closure? Lol, maybe get that in the next game. I'm going to click continue just so it doesn't go into the opening cinematic while I'm still trying to gather some thoughts. Actually, you know what? Let's go into the let's let it play the opening cinematic and see what it is we've been avoiding all this time. Well done? No, nothing has been well done. This is not a place of honor. No great deeds have been committed here. Oh my Christ. The first one at least had an ending that felt like an ending. This is just an ending saying, well, guess you'll need to sort that out. Gotta go fix history for reasons that we will then deny exist. I don't even... I don't know what to say, honestly. That slightly broke me. And apparently it's not... Ah, finally. There we go. Just as I say, it's not going to. Spike Chunsoft. Answer for your crimes. Why do people, why indeed, betray each other? Because you make situations where that happens. If you can't trust anyone, then everyone should die. Welcome to my kingdom, says Lagomorph. Ah, there's our boy with his stupid shirt. Why did I know that? What, that it's a stupid shirt? I mean, it's not hard to tell. Honorary Game Ambidex Edition. Everybody's models, which, when you juxtapose them with the 2D art, look really weird. Wow. I'm glad we were avoiding this, because my god, there are some... Oh, Jesus, there are some spoilers in there. Just throwing in... Literally the middle of the thing is Rhizome 9. Oh, there's the bit where Luna's face is about to fall off. Here's every room. So what's it going to be then, eh? Will you choose to ally or to betray, or both, but the latter first, because you've got to do the dick move first. And in the first game, it at least gave you some acknowledgement that, hey, you finished the game. We've put all of the escape rooms in the menu, so you can just look at them. Good job finishing the game. No, in this, it's like, you finished the game. Oh, sorry, did you want an ending? No, that comes in the next game. If it even does. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them at this point to just leave that completely unresolved and the third game be something else entirely. Let me just check Steam. Just, do I have... Has it given... What are the achievements I have left? Apparently I missed one file. Somewhere. What file was that? You know what? Sod it. I'm here anyway. I need something that'll make me feel a bare scrap of achievement after that. So we're going to go back in and find out where I'm missing a file. So it means we're going to watch the slideshow one last time. How long was the length in years between this non-ending and the next game? Well, the next game had to get kick-started because it got cancelled. And it came out in... Let me ask the internet. Okay, it was only 4 years. I'm pretty sure it got kickstarted at least. Okay, yeah. So in 2012, when this was released, he was in kind of pre-planning for the story of the next game, but then it got put on hiatus because this game did not sell well in Japan. But then apparently fan outcry was big enough that 3 years later they brought it back off hiatus because people enjoyed it. So yeah, the next one came out in 2016. God, I remember it coming out on Steam. Was that really 5 years ago? Time, eh? And I'm just really hoping the third one is actually finishing this story in a decent way. So where does it reckon we've missed notes? Because if I look at the archives in the file screen, we're missing that one there, and that's it. And we've got all the passwords and all the secrets. So we're missing 2 files, and it'll be in the escape room segments. This escape room segment, 0 of 0. This escape room segment, 8 of 8. Going down the left-hand branches, this escape, 12 of 12. This one, 14 of 14. This one, 8 of 8. And am I going to look at a guide to find what I've missed? Yes, of course I bloody am. Rec room. That makes sense. It's because it was in the rec room when we were trying to escape. Like, before it burnt our eyes. Let's seek a way out of this game. Okay, right. So now, I'm just going to look it up. Because I frankly don't owe this game anything now. Files. No, that is not helpful. That doesn't tell me things. Luckily, the music in here kind of bangs. Okay, then why is nothing telling me just where the archives are? No, not the archives of the room. Okay, there you go. Here's a list of all 52 files. So what are the ones we're missing? Exactly. Floor A map, floor B map, supplementary rules. Supplementary AB rules, astronomy today, bartender's journal, paper with the drawing on it, colourful note, big monitor hint. Oh, really, bots? I do not need to deal with your crap right now, as on top of everything else. Go away forever. Thank you. Okay, so the big monitor hint, which, frankly, I think we've seen. Weird. Okay, but that's in the infirmary. And then, let's go to the room, eye poster, golden bay plug, billiards poster, dartboard diagram, which again, I'm pretty sure we've seen. Because it's this. Does this explain how darts works? Are these the normal darts rules? No. Isn't darts just a way to flirt with girls? Is that how you flirt with girls, Alice? Because, yeah, no, that's fair. That is a... there's a certain amount of big sapphic energy inherent to darts, I feel. Ah, I didn't take it off the wall because it was obvious. Cool. And now if I look, archives 11 of 11. Now we go to the infirmary, which was where? Infirmary, 13 and 14. So I think on this I must have just not examined the monitor enough to get the hint to actually enter my thing, because I just looked at it and was like, that's half a dozen words, it makes sense. Now I have to speed run finding all the items, because I need to find the memory card to go in there. Do I remember how to play the game? You know what? I am looking this the hell up. Okay, metal thing on top of desk. Scalpel on top of cart. Worn out key, bottom level of cart. Also, there's this injection gun that I can't pick up. Go away. Jar containing white powder on the right side of the medicine shelves next to Chewa Curarin. A memory card found on the clipboard located inside the right cupboard. Oh, in that case. Ah, but we have to solve the puzzle. Why does this walkthrough not tell me the puzzle solutions? Wouldn't that make more sense? 562 and 221. Excellent. Love that. Yes, buttons, do the thing. I mean, we've solved these puzzles before. Oh, wait. No. It says right-hand cupboard underneath the medicine cabinet. It means these ones. There. The memory card was just sat right there. We don't need to do the puzzles. Winner. Winner, winner. Put the thing in the thing. That's a slot for a memory card. Put the memory card that you're holding in the slot for a memory card. And see, I read that hint and thought, okay, I understand that. I didn't click on it. This is a hint. That's the thing. Check back with Steam. Cool. That's a platinum trophy. I guess we're done. I'll be honest. Most of this game, I was genuinely enjoying. I really was. Like, I know I've been going places throughout and having a whole experience. Tell you what, let's full screen me for this, just so I can have a talk for a bit. Yeah, like, I know I've been having a rant for quite some time, like, throughout this, because many choices were made. I would hydrate, I ran out of gin some time ago. But hey, I'll be gone soon. Wow, that sounded dark when I said it like that. The stream will be finished soon, and I will go and get some actual water, is my point. Yeah. Like, I've been criticising a lot of choices that it's made, and I stand by all my criticisms because they have been bad choices by and large. Or stupid choices, which are they not truly the same thing? But a lot of it has just been very anime, and I, personally, have no problem with very anime things. I watch a lot of anime, and appreciate the sensibilities thereof. However, that ending, and I use the word quite wrongly, has really somewhat soured me on it. And I've promised that I'll finish the series, and I will. I will finish the series, because I am bound by the hubris of Emma's past, as we all know. Yeah. But I'm not going to stop complaining about it, and yeah. Am I kind of salty that that's taken me 19 episodes? That's 6 weeks of streams? For that? It looked like it was going much more interesting places, and then it resolutely decided not to. And then the interesting places it did go, it executed really quite poorly. Yeah. But yes, as I say, I am, if nothing else, a dedicatee to my own hubris. So, we will be finishing this. We will, as scheduled, be going on to Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma, which is the final game. Which the tech might be a bit more up to date, and it might actually not need me to bollocks around with all my screens to actually make it capture. Fingers crossed. However, seeing as this coming Saturday, the 13th, I will not be streaming on account of there are other things. I have to be off doing quiz. So that Saturday stream will be cancelled. And also just given the general level of salt that this weekend's streams have produced, I thought I'm going to take some time. Tuesday and Thursday, I will be doing something different, because if I roll straight onto Zero Time Dilemma, I will probably want to do something very bad with a cigarette lighter. I don't know where I'm going with this image, and frankly, it's distasteful and I should not, so I'm not going to. Yeah, so I don't want to just roll straight on into it just for the sake of doing something I enjoy. So, I'm going to take Tuesday and Thursday, we are going to play something different. I have some ideas about what that might be, but we shall see. And then I will be back on Tuesday, the 16th of November. How is it November? Ugh. Time just keeps on happening, and frankly, it's rude. But yes, on the... What did I just say? 16th? Yes, 16th of November, with Zero Time Dilemma. It's happening. Just out of interest, how long does the internet reckon Zero Time Dilemma is? Given that the time to beat consensus on this one was 30 odd hours, and this has been the best part of 19 3-hour episodes, so coming closer to 60. And yes, I know that's because I'm narrating everything, and that does make things take longer. Completionist, about 21 hours. So, in theory, shorter. Good. Because frankly, this game was a bit long. There was so much in it. Like, I can't fault there was so much content. But that did make it drag a touch. But hey, if I'm going to criticise, I have many, many more things to criticise it for. Did my necklace just fall off? No, it's still there. Cool, cool. Don't know what that noise was in that case. Interesting. My headphones are haunted. Yeah. Ugh. I said I'd do it, and we're going to bloody do it. But anyway, I think it's time to wrap up and me to stop ranting for a bit. So, let me just say, thank you so much for being here while I indulge my brainworms in finishing this bizarre Moon Odyssey. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here and for your support. Thanks if you stayed to the end of all of that and in a weird, ranty, impromptu bonus stream. Yeah, if you've been if you were watching this on YouTube, then Jesus God, how long was this YouTube video? The answer, like even speaking from the speaking from the distant past before I've edited this, is very. Yes. Yeah, so if you've been watching this, then why? But also, this is, you'll know where to find me, but just in case, this is twitch.tv/Serasent, that's SERASENT, the House of Hubris. You can see it in the green screen on my headphones, because my chair gets in the way. SERASENT. And I'm streaming every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, except a week today. Well, week yesterday even, except this coming Saturday, where, yes, streaming every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 2 PM British time. That is 9 AM Eastern, 6 Pacific. Other time zones are available. And yeah, we'll be carrying on with something different next week. Then back to more Zero Escape. God, I don't know what I'll do when this series is finished. Have a party. Anyway. Yes, if you want to get notified when I'm live, because I do weird bonus streams like this sometimes, that might be a good idea, then throw us a follow. Doesn't cost you anything. And if you miss any of my weird impromptu streams, you can check out the VODs on my Twitch for 8 weeks after they've been aired, or about 2 weeks after they go live on Twitch, they will be on my YouTube, for which the link is about there, I think. I'm not looking at a stream preview that has it, so I'm guessing. I think it's about, like, there-ish. It says VOD archive. And anyway, it's youtube.com/users/rf191999. Throw us a subscribe on that if you can, because, again, doesn't cost you anything, helps me get more eyes on it, and also it means every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening, you will get hot, fresh VODs delivered to your subscription feed, with a minimum of dropping them off the truck. I don't even know what that meant. I was like, I think this is meant to be a joke in some way, but it didn't happen. Also, what else? If you feel like me rambling and ranting and getting achievements out of spite is worth your monetary contributions in some way, you can, of course, cheer or subscribe on the Twitch, but you very much don't need to. Just all I need you all to do is just turn up and hang out and be chill and have fun, and then we're all good. But any contributions, very gratefully appreciated. And if you want to find me elsewhere on the internet, because, again, somehow this video hasn't put you off, you can find me on Twitter at Wariuce, that's W-A-R-U-C-E, where I post stream notifications and memes and rant about the world and all kinds of things like that. And also, for me and other projects, for now a limited time, you can check out twitch.tv/TheBards Playhouse, that's TheBards PlayHouse, where every Saturday night, except again, not this coming Saturday because I'm away, you can see me in an ongoing Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition Fall of London Chronicle. We've had hiatuses, but we are getting close to the end. There's probably only a couple of episodes left, but hey, lots of drama promises to happen in those, so tune in to see what the hell we screw up next, because certain characters are having a massive moral breaking point. Spoilers for last episode if you've not watched it. Tony's in a place, and you all should all come and check out what that place is. It's not good. Yeah, so... And then go and follow them anyway, because... I mean, they're good people, they do a lot of good games, and I might be appearing in some of their games in the future. Nothing is yet confirmed, but we live in hope. Okay. So, all that said, I think we're done here. So, thanks for joining me in the cultural experiment that has been Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. I'm going to close it now, and more importantly, I'm going to go away. See you on Tuesday for something different. Like I say, had a few ideas, not sure what yet, but I think you're going to like them. Because if I don't like them, they're not going on the show. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now. Love you all. Bye.